I spill my drink.
Oh no!
Is that a hype train? Is that what I'm seeing? Hey everyone, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Good morning. I don't get to say that very often, do I? It is morning. Oops. That'll teach me to drag my mouse wheel in VTube Studio. It is so early in the morning. It isn't even 9 AM yet. But, you know. No rest for the cat girl. Thank you, Endemian, for resubscribing. Thank you, Marionette, for the 100 bits, and Mookie for resubscribing, Winter for resubscribing, and Tarathiel for resubscribing. Thank you all. Not even 8 AM there yet? Yeah, it's obviously even earlier if you're on the West Coast or anything like that. But I wanted to get an early start today for this reason or that reason. The real reason being that if I tried to keep my target stream time all the time, sometimes I would just be asleep at this kind of time, you know? It's been a few days since anybody saw me. Last I was on Adam Admar's stream, as well as my guest appearance on Dot's stream, on Halloween Day. But today we're going to be playing Sonic Generations, the new version of Sonic Generations. I've been eager for this, because I always like an excuse to play Sonic Generations. It's a very good video game. Gosh, I don't have a lot to talk about. Why don't we just get to the game? Probably not. Why am I down here? Oh no, did it reset all that stuff again? Did it reset the location? Hold on. It looks about accurate, so I'm gonna assume that it's accurate. I'm in the launcher, and it's a separate game. Like, the launcher counts as Shadow Generations as far as executable is concerned. There we go. You guys hear that? No save data, since this is a new version of the game. Let me get my gamepad out. There we go. That's better. Interestingly, Shadow Generations can run at 120, Sonic Generations still can't. This speaks to you about, you know, the age of the engine, I guess. Your controller suddenly stopped responding. That's funny. It wouldn't be as hard as you might think. It's me we're talking about here. I keep making noise from mashing the jump button, because the drop dash is trying to activate. Well, I gotta say this runs really smoothly so far. So, which do you think is more annoying? The English Omochao voice or the Japanese? Do I need to have had issues with it? Come on. Oh, there was a hitch. It just randomly hitched. Okay, so the spin dash is on the same button as boost, I guess. That's... Huh. Ow. No wonder I was confused, though. Oh no. You're wondering if Spanish, French, German, Russian, or Italian Omochao would sound... What it would sound like. And if any of them would be more annoying. That's a question for the ages. I see cutscenes are still 30 FPS. Thank you for resubscribing, Toho. Oh, Mirai. You asked for that once in a stream years ago, and then you had me immediately turn it back off.
みんな何してるんだ？パーティーでもやるのか？お前たち。
I've never seen the Russian Winnie the Pooh, no.
完全にやられたよ。全く気づかなかった。やったね。ソニック、お誕生日おめでとう。これ好きでしょ
？Immediately grabs it.
好きも何も大好きさ。よかった。
You get him food as a gift? Oh, that was extremely loud. I think I need to turn up the voice volume. I turned it down too much. Oh well. There were people who wanted every character but Sonic erased from Sonic games. Those people existed. Let's see, options, sound settings, voice volume. I guess the balance is actually fine here. It was just bad in Shadow Generations. Okay, so homing attack uses the same controls as Shadow Generations.
ブーストボタンを押し続けると
Good morning.
早く駆け抜けられるちゃう。左下のゲージがなくなるとブーストができなくなっちゃう。敵を倒すかビームを集めてゲージを回復するちゃう。
Sadly, they still mess with the music when you're boosting. They didn't do that in Shadow Generations. I was hoping that they would revert that here too. I guess that's what mods are for. Have a nice rest, Winter. So they technically changed how homing attack works, but it seems like they did it in a kind of hacky way because if I press the X button, it makes me jump. And if I jumped that way, then A is the homing attack. And sometimes A just still works for the homing attack. Well, you know, it's hard to tell how some of these changes will really pan out until you've experimented with them for a while. That's a good face.
ありがとうソニック。それにしても変な体験だった。体が消されて、意識だけになったようで怖かったよ。
もう大丈夫だ。心配ないぜ。なあ、なんかこの場所見覚えがないか？
そうかな。それよりソニック、この世界まるで色と力を吸い取られちゃったみたいで気味悪くない？
魔法の本の世界にエイリアンのいる宇宙遊園地。変な世界は慣れっこだろ。それよりみんなが心配だ。探しに行こう。
ソニック、あっちの方に何か見えるよ。変な形の建物かな。
確かに怪しいな。行ってみるか。すぐ戻るからな。
Just takes off.
もう戻ってきたの？すぐってほんとすぐだったね。
You can now switch between the two Sonics. Ugh. I feel like they could have eliminated the loading screen when changing like this. Wow, my head is spinning. Hey kid, but I'm going really freaking fast here, you know? Ow. Good job, me.
Too speed, fast and way too fast.
Oh, okay. Right. I'll still turn down the sound effect volume, like, slightly. It's... Wow, there's no fine-grained way to do this, huh? That was more trouble than it should have been. Even so, yeah, the small reduction is about right. Meow, meow, meow. I never have a lot to say in Chemical Plant Zone, regardless of the context. You know? How did drop dash make me go backward? Okay. Sure, let's spin dash on the wall. Yeah, there was at least one physic there. Yeah, that seems likely that this version would be a bit more glitchy, wouldn't it? That is absolutely how Sonic remasters always go. You had whole parts of Sky Sanctuary not load? Oh no. I'm not really surprised, I just... Oh, you know? Shadow Generations is such a fantastic game, though. That to me, this is just the extra, you know? I think it's funny that they seem to have had such little amount of faith in Shadow's campaign as to treat that as, like, the extra of the collection. When really, this remaster is the extra of the collection. Shadow Generations might be one of the best Sonic games ever made. Like, how the heck did that happen? Yeah, they didn't have faith in it, and then it turned out to be freaking incredible. When I was much younger, yeah, the boost sound is definitely very loud. That's part of why I turned the sound effects down. Might want to turn them down further, honestly. When I was just a child, I think Chemical Plant was one of my favorite Sonic zones. Nowadays, I'm very lukewarm on it. Lukewarm chemicals. Not that I hate it, I just don't care that much about it, I guess. It hitched again. I will say this, at least the entire game doesn't clutch the moment that there's water now. It's probably easy to forget that it did that in the original, because it was such a strange problem. It makes sense the game would freak out because Sonic hates water. I get it. You're not wrong.
Sonic!
テイルス。
この場所来たことあるよね。このツンとする薬品の匂い、そしてあのピンク色の水にも嫌な思い出が。
そうだなテイルス。俺たちは確かに一度ここに来たことがある。
This is Frontier levels of the dialogue not matching anymore. Hey, Blombo. What a face.
ありがとうソニック。やっぱり私のソニックだわ。
ああ、もう大丈夫だぜ、エミ。
すごい。すごい。
And people said that they got rid of the Amy pursuing Sonic dialogue. No, they didn't. They just moved it. Crap. I love Sonic games. I hate Sonic games. I love Sonic games. By the way, what happened there is I forgot I didn't have the solming. The solming? The homing attack. What's a solming attack? A little precise. Not gonna pretend it's not. Sonic. Sonic. the heck happened there? Did you see that? My spin dash got just completely superseded by the platform. Okay, game, if you insist. My spin dash, my poor spin dash. At least Dr. Eggman was nice enough to put these falling hedgehog signs around, just in case. That's really thoughtful of him. He's so kind. He must get it from his grandfather. What the? It hitched. What the? I was about to end up in a very bad situation there. Oh, right. I forgot to mention, the lives system is not enabled by default. They have turned it off by default. Even though the original game had it. I kind of figured they would do that. That seems like a pattern of Sega's. Personally, I think lives still matter. All lives, but especially hedgehog lives. My stance on it is, some people say lives are just an outdated game mechanic, and I don't really agree with that. Because lives incentivize you to try harder. They give you a good reason to get used to and memorize parts of stages in games. Yeah, no more S rank streak. Hey Ari, how you doing? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoops. Also, it's my understanding that, well, you know there's extra lives in stages, right? It's my understanding that if you disable the life system, there's just no extra lives in the stages. They're just missing. So there ends up being, you know, these off paths that would have rewarded you with an extra life, but instead they just don't give you anything. Anyway, I don't mean to sound like I'm ragging on the game. To begin with, I always liked Sonic Generations, even though I know a lot of people see it as lackluster for whatever reason. I think it's a solid video game, and making a change like that doesn't really mess that up. I think... I think it's good that the option to remove lives exists, but I don't like that it's the default. Does that make sense? hey. Chow. Hey, get back here, you Chow. Where's it going? Chow. Hey, come back here. No. By the way, if you're wondering, I don't really remember any of the stage layouts at all. Just been too long. What? Hey! Why would you do that? Whoa, 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 wrong way. Be careful, Sonic. Okay, so I can't turn around. I gotta make sure that I'm facing this way. Oh no, it turned me around. Okay, we'll just do a normal jump, like a normal person. Am I the only one who feels like the rings look really orange sometimes in this remaster? What do you think they taste like? Spaghetti? With tomato sauce?
Alright!
Alright! They look deep fried. I could see it. Another great face.
俺一人でもなんとかできただろうが、ありがとよ。神殿を取り戻せてよかったぜ。
ま、とにかく元気でよかったぜ。
Oh, now the challenge gates have showed up.
ここにはリングが1個だけしかないみたいちゃお。ダメージを受けないようにリングを大事にして進むちゃお。
Come on, what did rings ever do for me anyway? Name one thing a ring has ever done for me. You can't. I recollected it, by the way. What the? Oh no! Did you see that? Poor Sonic. Got stuck on there. Okay. I guess the game doesn't want me to just do that. It specifically... The surface is made so that I can't. Anyway, no problem. I tried to boost, realized I was out of meter. It's obvious. Wrong way, Sonic. I don't know about that one, Sandy, but it's good to see you. How you doing?
I am the Ringmaster.
Mario Party Jamboree is hilarious. I really gotta try it. Like, this is the Mario Party that's gotten my attention the most in a long time.
後ろの道がどんどん崩れているちゃお。後ろにずっといると落ちてミスになってしまうちゃお。
I just haven't gotten around to it because I've been busy with so many other things, you know?
ビリビリが出ている時に触るとダメージを受けてしまう。
Maybe I can mess with that later today.
メタルソニックは攻撃をした後に隙ができるちゃお。
Yeah, eat crap, Metal Sonic.
隙を狙ってスピンジャンプで攻撃を当てるちゃお。街灯を壊して攻撃してくるつもりちゃお。
If I need an expert to play with. I see. So you're already a complete Jamboree jockey, huh? The master of Mario, the purveyor of parties.
ジャンプして足場の上に上がるちゃお。今がチャンスちゃお。追いかけて攻撃するちゃお。
Hello, Chow, you're helping me too much. Meow, 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 meow.
Everything must be.
That's right. Wow. ソニックの周りを包むちゃお。アクアバリアの状態でジャンプ中にもう一度ジャンプボタンを押せばバウンドジャンプが出せるちゃお。 To think of it. Okay, you can turn Omochao off, but not in the middle of the stage. I gotta say though, the game looks great. Like, I haven't noticed anything that really stood out to me aside from how orange the rings look sometimes. Visually, this seems like a much saner remaster than Colors Ultimate. A much more medicated remaster. You know, I've been described as medicated before. I'm not, though. Just so you know. So if you're coming to me for medicated takes, you are in the wrong place. That's what I think. Okay, so I need to get at least 3 boss rings. Oh, Tails, you have nothing new to say? Oh, without losing a life, okay. So that one time it was because I selected retry at the start. I could have kept my S-rank streak. Hello, Taronuke. How are you? Oops. Uh-oh. Oh, heck yeah. Shadow Generations might be the best Sonic game made in a very long time, if not one of the best ever. I was so surprised because they downplayed it so much during like the marketing of the game, right? And it's like, yeah, no, Shadow Generations is just one of the best Sonic games ever made. No contest, even. I wish the song just looped instead of starting over each time. Basically, the flaw of Shadow Generations is just that it isn't longer, right? And even then, it will be a little longer when they add the extra zone to it in December. Yeah, I was super impressed by Shadow Generations. The support of Sonic Generations is, well, it's Sonic Generations. It looks really good. And so far it has seemed not really that buggy. I've heard some people say that it's a little more buggy than the original, but I've run into one bug so far. They did rewrite the script, especially the English script. I think it kinda needed it though. The game basically only had joke dialogue in the original version. And I just need another boss key. Well, a couple more boss keys. Yeah, that's the thing. The original game's dialogue was kinda just there. But they had the current series writer, Ian Flynn, do the rewrite of all the... Oh my god, there's 2 Omochows! That's something nobody ever wants to hear. Anyway, they had Ian Flynn rewrite all of the dialogue. Not all of it, literally, but, like, give it a whole pass and rewrite much of it. And so far it feels like it flows naturally and like there's actually a little bit of sense of urgency, which the game didn't have before. Like, none of Sonic's friends even seemed to care that they were trapped in this white hell dimension with all these old zones and stuff. Nobody seemed to care. But here they actually seem to mind a little, and when you would save them in the original game, Sonic would literally just give them a thumbs up in response to whatever they said. But here, he actually has a little bit of dialogue toward them. It feels more organic. The only thing is, they don't seem to have, like, retimed the cutscenes for it. I imagine in the English dub, there's probably some Speed Racer moments. Yeah, well, you know, people complain when anything gets changed, ever. And it's funny, because, like, it's not like people loved the original Sonic Generations dialogue. There were a few lines that they enjoyed. I've heard that all of those are still there. So... Ow. So, like, the iconic jokes of the game, Ian left those alone. Yeah, Borb. There basically wasn't any story except an excuse plot, and they've made something of it. Oops. Man, can you believe that I am losing at a Sonic race? You guys have seen how friggin' fast I am at Sonic games. I'm not fast. No. Man, this part is going to slow me down a lot. Oh dear. Could have done that better. The writers of the original version of Generations were the same ones who had done Sonic Colors, and people never seemed to like Sonic Colors dialogue. There was always a big controversy about it within the Sonic community. And yet you just know they all would have been coming out of the woodwork to complain if the dialogue had been changed in Colors Ultimate. Doesn't mean that changing it wouldn't have been a good idea. Oh no. I still think the funniest joke in Sonic is in Rise of Lyric of all places. When Sonic tells like a really bad joke, and then Tails doesn't respond. And Sonic's like, "You heard me, right, Tails?" And like repeats his joke. And Tails is like, "Oh, I heard you. It just did not qualify as humorous." It's like, holy crap! Tails just said that to Sonic. No copyright law in the universe can stop me. Yeah, that's a good line.
自分の姿を覚えておくんじゃな、ソニック。
エッグマンか？
貴様はここで
I'm overheated.
それが自分の姿の見納めじゃ。
あ、俺がもう一人？おい、ちょっと待て！
Really? And he does a perfectly fine job, but I'm not sure if I'll ever get used to Eggman's Japanese voice actor. The current one. Because unfortunately, the more famous Japanese Eggman voice actor deceased. And I guess since they redubbed everything, they recast him here. Yeah. It still is, technically. Basically, it is more traditional to retire the character. Unless it's a fighting game, in which case, they change voice actors all the time, even in Japan. But, in general, the character usually gets retired. But when it's a reoccurring character in a long-running series, they sometimes will recast. No, Claw. You would think so, but she's had the same voice actress for most of the time that she's been in KOF. She didn't start with the same voice actress, though. Hey, Red Wings. For me, the one that murders me is the fact that they recast Terry Bogard when his voice actor just is the character, you know? You can't recast Terry Bogard. I'm never going to accept the new Terry Bogard. They recast everyone else too, but... Well, except Atena. 'Hey, Jax. Although, what was funny for me was KOF Sky Stage. Because they dubbed it in English, right? But they used the original voice actors to dub it in English. And they didn't use a good script. So, everyone except Terry sounds incredibly awkward. And Terry is still saying some very strange things. Like, when he gets hit, he goes, "Never mind!" And Mai, oh my god, she's unintelligible. That was so long ago. I'll bet that on my Xbox, though. Yeah, the KOF shmup. People forget it because, like, the very concept is like, what? You hear the words KOF and shmup, and you think that somebody just stopped in mid-sentence and changed to a different sentence, right? Yeah, it's called Sky Stage. KOF Sky Stage. And the thing is that the English dub was all done by the original voice actors. You know, for a moment, I thought I had collected Captain Cube. Fellow VTuber Captain Cube. But no, this is a Chow with like a flower pot on its head. Chow Chapato. The music in this entire game is so good, though. Oh no. I fell so far that I'm actually in the death zone now. Oh god! From here? Okay, it wants me to repeat the hard part. Pressing B wasn't doing anything. I don't think... Is that the slide indicator for... That's the slide indicator for modern Sonic. Huh. Well, that definitely wasn't correct. Section hasn't been visited by any player in months. Yeah, that's kind of my impression. Like, why would you fall all the way down there? Dark mode! Morning, Adam. Oh, is that what that was? I thought I was looking at a monkey, so I didn't try to collect it. Orochisara. You ever notice how hard it can be to change between, like, modes when it comes to language in the middle of saying something? So I just called myself a plate. Hey, self-made man. It's going okay. How are you? So, when I first went to Los Angeles and met Xseed staff in person, some of them were asking about the pronunciation of my name. And some of the Japanese native staff were asking if it was pronounced like plate. And I'm like, oh, you know what? That's close enough. Sure. So some of them just call me Sara. I'm okay with that. Better than calling me Sarah. They say plate because that's what I was saying. Yeah. I can always tell if somebody I raid or hop into the chat of has never actually, like, seen one of my streams. What the heck? Because I clarify the pronunciation of my name fairly often. But I still get hit with the Sarah Lee pretty often. And yeah, some people will say Sarah Lean, and like, sure, that's my name, but do you usually call people by their full name? We got the pottery chow that looks like Captain Cube. Good. Cream!
頑張ったな、クリーム。
It's okay, kid. You're never gonna see your mom again. I mean, I'm sure you'll see her soon. MILF Blue Sky. You know, MILF Blue Sky as a combination of words sounds like something that Tomino would name a minor character in a Gundam series. Added permitted term MILF. Not the strangest thing I've seen in the moderation chat, but still pretty funny. Heck yeah. You know, they should make a Tony Hawk game set in the Sonic universe, where Tony Hawk is an actual hawk. Just saying. Ah. Whoa. would be unrecognizable. I don't think he's ever had that problem before. Yeah, it'd be pretty funny if in the story of the Sonic skating game that I have hypothesized here, he never got recognized. Also, I just think it would be very funny because you'd have to call him Tony the Hawk. Game, don't you think you're showing me that indicator a little early? Actually, a lot early? Man, that's a really good view of the stage there. What the? I don't think I was supposed to... Whatever, that works. I'm fine with it. That's slightly stuck on geometry there. Thank you for the follow. Would he have his own nemesis or just Eggman in a cop costume? Good question. I don't think that Eggman's very good at skateboarding, but honestly, I could be wrong. I feel like he might secretly be really good at skateboarding. Build a robot that's really good at skateboarding. Honestly, I'm not confident in his abilities to do so. Oh, this part is so funny. So it can transform like that, but it still can't see that it's running straight into a wall. He builds a robot, but it just looks like a human Tony Hawk. Well, you see, that truck actually has a package for Sonic, and by contract, they promised overnight delivery. So the driver's going to be in really big trouble if they don't get to Sonic in time.
ありがとうソニック。私自身が盗まれちゃうとはね。
取り戻せてよかったぜ。
Is the package labeled pain?
やるわね。
Man, her bust size is perfectly fine. Let me tell you, I know a thing or two about bust size. Hey, Rojo. I should probably hit the switch, huh? Instead of doing this the hard way. I said bust size. It might not be that obvious anymore in this outfit, but yeah, you could say that I have credentials in this area. The magic hoodie. Boing. Ow. Because you're always watching YouTube videos? Well, right now you're watching Twitch. I'm not sure if that's an improvement or not, but I'm still glad to have you here, Jax. Boing. Uh-oh. Oh. Yeah, the Orca Boop is very cute. Hey, ciao. If I hadn't stopped to spin dash, that wouldn't have gotten me. Hey, can you get up? Move on? You're too slow. Ow. Man, I hope so, Rojo. I've been saying for a while, I think more Sonic characters need their own spin-offs that are really tailored to them. And I would play a Big the Cat fishing game. I would. Sorry, I tabbed out because I wanted to see what got posted in the stream forecast channel. I think it was Fry. I think Fry was posting in there. My cat. Whoops. Oh, the triangle jump. Exactly, Adam. It's true. Who would get the golf game? Somehow Vector, I think. Does that sound about right?
できるちゃお張り付いたらもう一度ジャンプで三角飛びちゃお
Having said that, you know, there is going to be a Sonic golf game, sort of. What was the brand name again? Golf, the video golf place. They're getting a Sonic thing. Jax, help me out here. Oh yeah, Adam got it. Top Golf. Yeah, they're getting the Sonic Golf. What the? Okay, that one was on me, but it was really funny. Hey, Bookums. I like how a little puff cloud comes out of Sonic if I push the boost button and I don't have any boost. Oh crap. Can't believe I'm dying here. If I took it slower, I probably wouldn't die, but... What the? Oh, it must have turned on its thingy. Little jump. You see, the thing about Sonic's Japanese voice actor is he is so fluent in English that he has actually been an English teacher. So when he says stuff in English, he ends up sounding really cool. If I recall, there was actually a big problem when one of his students leaked his identity during, you know, one of his popular phases when he'd been popular because of some anime. And so people started coming to the classroom to see him, which, you know, is not good. Why not use them for the Western releases also? Well, the thing is, how do I explain this? When you are recording for a game like this, you generally do not, like, have the actors recording at home or anything like that, right? Everybody has to come to a studio, and then you get consistent quality, you get to direct all of the actors in place, all that stuff, in the studio. So, usually, it is ideal to use a lot of actors who are local to the specific studio that you are going to use for the recording. in order to get the best, most consistent quality. Arkabook. And, you know, it's logistical reasons, basically. Like, I'm not a huge authority in this, but hopefully you kind of got what I was saying. Hopefully.
いくつか分かったことがあるんだけど信じられないよ。あいつがああやって時空間を移動すると時間の流れが消されてその場所はこの真っ白な世界にくっつけられちゃうんだ。でもソニックたちが高速で駆け抜ければ消された時間が再び動き出すみたいなんだ。
つまり俺たちが本気で走れば世界は元に戻るってわけだな。
But personally, I love Sonic's Japanese voice, and it's part of why I always come back to the Japanese voice acting again and again.
忍びである自分を捉えるとはなかなかの手だれ。
Aside for being generally an original language purist for voice acting of almost any game. But you know, I'm not all hoity-toity about it. I don't think I'm superior, or that the Japanese dub is automatically better than the English dub. No, those actors work hard. Did they re-record all the lines in Japanese? Yes. I can say they definitely did.
リングを持ってソニックさんを手伝います。必要になったらボタンを押してください。
This song. 'Cream and her Gradius options. Where's the lie? Set me free. I like the song. Okay. The thing is, the English writing and direction kind of made it hard to understand the laughing scene. That's what I think. Like, to understand its intentions. And that's the problem. Hey, an S rank. Thank you for resubscribing, Lamasar. How are you doing? It's great to see you. Things are okay, I think. Oh, the music. No. Just playing through the remaster of Sonic Generations. And it does look really good, unlike Colors Ultimate. But do you see how orange the rings look sometimes? Man, Color's Ultimate was just, oh, let's completely change the character of all these areas. I love when he does that classic pose. Oh no. Well, if you want to play Colors, personally, I would recommend you just emulate it, but Colors Ultimate isn't like the worst thing ever. It just has a very different feeling to it. That seems possible, Tara. Myself, from when we first saw screenshots of Colors Ultimate, where, like, you know, the very first area is, like, really dark, so that they can show off the actual lighting they used and such. It just feels weird. Like, from the first time I saw that, I was like, okay, but that's not how it was supposed to look, though. And, like, clearly you just turned the lights off so that you could show off your lighting. Anyway, you get me?
Onushi.
Sarah. Hey, Gatorade. That was really brave of her, Adam. I have an RGB keyboard, but I use it in a really light way. Like, normally the keys are softly lit just enough that they look almost like that's just the color of the keycaps. But I do have, like, CPU and RAM indication because, like, it's good to have, it's useful. And I have all the RGB inside of my computer turned off at all times. Particularly because I sleep in this room, you know? And adding a bunch of light pollution to your room is just going to make it harder to sleep. As well as making it more likely that you'll wake up with headaches and such. Which I've had a problem with regardless, so... Dang, S rank was 2 minutes? That's really generous. I'll be back in a sec, okay?
I'm out of here.
Activate the volcanic defense system to shield the base with my lava magma.
Ah, the lava defense. Lava magma defense. Volcanic defense.
You knocked out my contact!
It's the bonus challenges.
Two speeds! Fast and way too fast!
Boss fight. This with the infamous changing to the worst music for the second part. It's looking pretty cool though, look at that. They made him look a little more radioactive.
足場を移動してパーフェクトハウスの近くに行くちゃお。このままじゃ遠すぎて何もできないちゃお。
Oh no!
Thank you for resubscribing. What's gonna happen to us? All the steps we take, all the moves we make. Let's sing it again. Wait, what can we do? The styles that we won't change. There is no way I can leave. Can't hold on much longer. I know it's a one-way track. I know. Hey. Man, I forgot this was like not just literally the same fight as Adventure. Shows how long this has been.
近づいたらホーミングアタックで攻撃するちゃお。
I think that idea is great too, Java. It's really compelling. I'm okay. Sonic drowned though. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you have not drowned. That's a normal way to say hello to somebody, I think. Bye, Sonic. Hey, Patchy. God, it must be really early there. Good job. Good job, Tarathiel. Game just suddenly turns 30 FPS because it goes into a cutscene. None of these water tornadoes are carrying cars. Oh, that's right. Man, I was thinking backwards.
世界もかなり元に戻ってきたね。
Man, the meme that I repeat that nobody ever understands is... You sure that's enough armor? Because that apparently was only ever a meme in Japan. Oops.
Kaos 嫌いみたい。エメラルドは集めると力を増す。僕たちが持ってるものと合わせればあのエメラルドを取りに行こう。ソニック、あそこの世界を元に戻そう。きっとみんなが元に戻ったのと同じようにあのエメラルドも元に戻るよ。7つ全部集めればあいつを倒せるかも。
やってやるぜ。
でも危なそうだから気をつけて。
簡単な冒険なんて楽しくないだろ。
There you go, Lamasar, exactly. Isn't there an El Shaddai remaster? Has that come out yet? I remember it being announced. Anyway, time for the Chrono Trigger battle theme. I don't off the top of my head recall the answer to that question. Maybe Jax knows? Whoops. Yeah, there's a part that is absolutely the Chrono Trigger battle theme, though. You know, the da 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 da. Like, it's not spectacular. There's plenty of songs that do that, but I think it might be more noticeable in the modern version of the song. I'm not sure anymore. But of course, if it were the Chrono Trigger battle theme, it would instead be the Iblis Trigger battle theme. So you know, that's true, Chaotic. I hadn't really thought about it that way. And the song that I can't stop hearing is Spider-Man. Radical Dreamers Highway. The bumper, Lomasar. Wow, the Iblis are really red. That's some weird color grading. I mean, it's appropriate? It's just... Wow, that's red. Whoa. Game over? Game over? What do you mean, game over? Yeah, I guess at least I game overed in the Sonic 06 stage, right? I still gotta get back to Sonic 06. I left that playthrough half done. It would not be difficult at all for me to 1cc this game. Deathless would be pretty tough. There was a Chow there and I missed it. I love this part of this song. So beautiful. Whoa! I think I just got Sonic 06'd. And yeah, what Tara said, honestly. The violins are so good, aren't they?
ジャンプ中にストンピングすると真下にアタックできるチャオ。
I really should have lightspeed dashed there. This part. Man, Tara, that may have been me. It's entirely possible it wasn't, though, because that's a surprisingly common experience. But I remember that happening to me. Screw you, Sonic. Have a rock in your face. That tornado's carrying a car. There you go. Her first instinct is to get to the highest place she can.
感謝する、ソニック。力を貸してくれてありがとう。
No problem だぜ。
ほう。
It's party time!
Honestly, it doesn't surprise me. They're just so prolific and they've done a lot of small parts. Now, what would be less common is hearing Yuri Lowenthal in the crowd in a game where he doesn't have, like, a protagonist or antagonist role. You almost never hear him outside of those cases. But Troy Baker and Laura Bailey? Yeah, you hear them all the time outside of that. Ow. Good job, Sonic. Great job. A+. Honestly, though, it's funny because I feel like Yuri Lowenthal should never be a filler in something where he is also a main character, because he can only do one voice. And another voice, quote-unquote, that is just the same voice but growly. I like the guy, but I'm sorry. Yeah, he can do the same voice, but with a fake British accent. He can do that. Yeah, it's a good one. It's just, you don't want the filler NPCs in your game to sound like the main character. Looking at you, some of the NPCs in Spider-Man. No wonder no one knows who Spider-Man is. Hey, Grilson. It's as good as ever. Sonic Generations, the remastered looks good. There are some things that stand out as a little odd looking, but like, I've not had any issues with it. Outside of a couple minor bugs. And I do mean minor. Man, self-made. For me, that's Sephiroth's theme and Cotton Eye Joe. Cotton Eye Joe. Da, 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 da. Cotton Eye Joe. Yeah, it's an old one. It's really good. They made a sequel? What is it? Because that's one of my favorite rips. Instigator, how you doing? Yes, Instigator, clearly. Having an actual story and sense of urgency ruins this game, instead of just having a bunch of jokes. I'm being sarcastic, obviously. I think the rewrites were needed and make it better. And they've kept the most remarkable and beloved jokes, so, you know. No, it's not to tie it with the Shadow story, it's just to make it feel like more of an actual story, instead of the strangely low-stakes affair that it is treated as in the original version. Like, everybody gets sent off to the White Hell Space, and, they don't really seem concerned, you know? That's actually really weird about the original generations. It's the Captain Cube Chow! For real this time. Yeah, no, the script changes are for the better. Anybody who hates on them is just looking for something to be upset about, or they hate all changes on principle. Which is a lot of those kinds of people. Yeah, the thing is, Patchy, that's all the original script was. It was by the same writers as the Sonic Colors script. And again, they kept all the best jokes in this, and added some new ones. That was a really long boost. Okay, but Lost World gave us La Cute Tales of Borg. So there's that. Man, Jax, you of all people forget that Lost World exists? That's very damning. It's Vector. Yeah, Oblivion, but like, managing to stay in boost for that long and not die is usually an accomplishment in this game. You're not faster than the rumor mill. I see. And now people's apparently least liked zone in the game? This color grading is interesting. I guess they were going for a mystical feeling. Y button? Okay. PS2 version isn't even the same game. And I mean, like, literally not the same game. Yeah, the Wii and PS2 versions of Unleashed are the same game. And then the Xbox 360 and PS3 versions are the same game. There's two different Unleasheds. Many consider the SD version of Unleashed to be a better game because it's a more lean game. Yeah, they knew exactly what they were doing with the Wisp voice. Yeah, I actually like Sonic 3DS Generations. Although the game did have some like performance issues on original hardware, I remember that. But, like, in terms of level design and such, it's one of Demp's most competent. And the least eager to kill you all the time. Even though some of the level layouts are just straight up the classic layouts. Also, it gave us a really neat Bio-Lizard fight. Next time. Ow. This is a big lizard. 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 No, I will not elaborate. Bomb Chow? Is that Chow a bomb? Is this child going to detonate?
Bomb.
You know what game had the big arm boss music? Sonical's Chronicles.
Oh my god, JC, a bomb!
Yeah, I wish Hydro City was in this, honestly. Because I'd love to hear what they would do with the music. Oh, this part. Hmm. Ow. There is an easier solution. I'm just being very silly about how to solve it. Very insistent, if you will. What you really do is this. Act 2. Act 2 of Hydro City is like my favorite Sonic song, like just straight up. The thing about this zone is that, like, sure, it can be considered a slog, but also it's the last level, right? So there's that. Also, maybe this is a hot take, but I felt like Sonic Colors, the actual Sonic Colors, had too many 2D sections. Has Chaos Angel ever appeared in another game? No. They largely tend to ignore mobile games. And by mobile, I mean handheld in this case. Oops. Calling it a mobile game, that's harsh. I didn't mean to. Alright! Oh crap! Slow down a little. Also, best part of the music. Okay, what now? Crap, crap, crap. Yeah. You know they tell you to hold that, but holding it didn't work the first time when I tried. Mashing did. I failed that route. No. Am I going backwards? I'm going backwards, I think. 아프요. 빰빰. 빰빰빰. Dude's just chilling out. It's fine. Right. It definitely does not work if you're not mashing. Darn. Only I could jump down through that platform. You know, if there's a problem with this stage, I think it's that it kind of takes too many design cues from colors. while being much, much longer. Up. With all his genius, can you think he's a thief? Hello, Hunter Wolf. Welcome. Oops. I think you could get limerence at bare minimum. Ooh, what a marathon. I'm doing okay.
エメラルドだ。
As much as anyone is. Hmm.
ご機嫌だな、チャーミ
Yeah, this is Sonic X Shadow Generations, yes. Hey, Shinon. Oh, Toxic Caves. Dun, dun. Oh, it's good to see you, Shinon. Yeah, I do. I always enjoy doing my Sonic marathons. There's no way I'd get rid of them. Sonic, please. I did not get the core, did I? Okay, not doing the trick is a better idea, I think. It takes too long to do the trick. Okay, got one. Damn, he got it.
シャドウの攻撃に注意するチャオ。今度こそ先にエネルギーコアを手に入れるチャオ。出るチャオ。
Thank you for resubscribing, Schismatism. Oh no. I ran out of boost energy. Yeah, they're delisting all of the classics, including Knights. I'm gonna run out of boost energy, Omochao. There's no rings here. But what if I just beat him up? What if I just ignored this and beat Shadow up like a normal person would? Oh, I'm out of boost energy. Hey, how you doing? I'm sorry, something about that was unnecessarily funny. Yeah, reminder, that's the fake emerald. But he gives us the real emerald when we don't even realize it. Of an absolute shine.
It's no use!
Silver hasn't even had his day yet. I don't think they're gonna give him a year. $2037.
I'm better!
I think you're the fake
Yeah,
hedgehog
I'm in
around
favor
here.
of more Sonic characters getting games. I think we need a Tails Adventure 2. I think Knuckles could honestly use his own game. Blaze and Amy could both do well with their own game, in my opinion. But it's pretty incredible. Knuckles Chaotix 2, ouch. The thing is, that was originally supposed to be SBO's game. They rebranded it as a Knuckles game during development. This is completely true, by the way. Man, poor Silver. Meteor Smash? Is that what he said? No. The 32X hardware. No, Big has not actually had his own game. If only. The 32X hardware, the big problem is, like... it couldn't communicate as well as you'd like with the Genesis. So it was honestly often better for 32X game to just try being a Genesis game for most of it and only use the 32X sparingly. Because if they spent too much time communicating, it would just slow things down too much. I don't know it too well, but that's the gist of my understanding. Sonic, Shadow, or Silver? Shadow. Definitely Shadow. I like girls, but if Shadow the Hedgehog asked me to marry him, I would happily become the ultimate wife form. Well, it probably should be. Oh, guess what? It's time.
俺様の演奏についてこい。
ベクターと対決しちゃおう。ベクターが出す音符をホーミングアタックで跳ね返しちゃおう。
You don't have to do all the challenges, but I may as well do the most infamous one, right?
ベクターが出す音符をホーミングアタックで跳ね返しちゃおう。
Why are there rings over there? Darn. What the? Okay. Okay. Okay, game, sure. Thank you for the follow. I've managed to outstrength this challenge before, but that was a long time ago. I like it, but it is hard to, like, actually win at.
俺様の演奏についてこい。
ベクターと対決しちゃおう。ベクターが出す音符をホーミングアタックで跳ね返しちゃおう。
Air Zero. Thank you for resubscribing. Crap. There we go. It wasn't so bad. The challenge just demands mastery of 3D Sonic gameplay in a general sense.
I spill my drink.
But it's okay to be super impressed with me if you'd like. Okay, so I have to do one of the challenges up there and then get the... Okay. Strangely convoluted. Hey, Vane. Crap. You're darn right. Okay. Let's see. There. It's a rocket wisp challenge. I don't remember this one. Ow. Hey, Dreads. Oops. Oh, there's a button there. Well, if I'd realized. No. Sonic, you okay there, buddy? Egg Dragoon, right?
に近づいて光っているコアを攻撃しちゃおう。エッグドラグーンの頭を攻撃するちゃおう。エッグドラグーンのお腹を攻撃するちゃおう。
黒くしてくれるわ。
Playing egg hopscotch over here. Actually, jump rope. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever get used to Eggman's new voice. Ow. Oh, that's cute. Okay, that's 2 hits. Yeah, the classic, iconic Japanese voice actor for Eggman, unfortunately, is no longer with us. He was a really iconic voice actor in general, actually. Huge loss. That sounds like it might be right, Jax. Man, I don't remember this part. Oh. And back to the tunnel we go. This again. That was quick. That was an underwhelming ending. I didn't realize I hit him.
りね。ますますわけが分からなくなってきたよ。
Stole our eggs, man. Complete lack of music. There we go. What an unnecessarily ominous part. But it is what it is. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. We're about to go into the boss fight that everybody dislikes. Because usually, last bosses of Sonic games are not very good. Can you believe I beat this game in like 3 hours? Yeah, it's not really that hard to believe if you know me, but...
了解じゃ。世界最高の頭脳、過去のエッグマンよ。最後のソニックとの対決後、わしは偶然この化け物が生まれた瞬間に居合わせた。調べてみると、奴には素晴らしい能力があると分かった。そう、時空を消す能力じゃ。わしは素晴らしい計画を思いついた。敗北の歴史を塗り替える計画をな。じゃが奴の完成にはわしと同等の天才が必要じゃ。その人物とはわしじゃ。素晴らしいぞい、未来のわしよ。天才コンビの誕生じゃ。そしてお前をおびき寄せるために貴様の仲間を閉じ込めた。
その化け物を時空に野放しにすると世界が消えちゃうんだよ。
世界？そんなの一から作り直してやろうい。こうもいかれてしまうのかわしは。わしがソニックを倒せばお前も笑いが止まらんじゃろうよ、きっとな。わしなじゃろ。どっちでも構わん。さあ行くぞい。
俺をやっつけるってどのヒゲが言ってんだ。今まで俺一人にもかなわなかったのに今回は2人だぞ。
貴様を倒す楽しみが2倍になったんじゃな。走るんだ。
That button press sound. That's in so many old mech anime. Hmm.
なんじゃ点で相手にならない。ではとどめじゃソニックと。
立てソニック、奴をぶっ飛ばせ。
貴様らなぜここに。
お前の力を見せてみよ。
せっさと片付けちゃいなさい。
奴らはなんじゃ。ただの虫けらじゃ。
やっちまえソニック。
心を研ぎ澄ますのだ。
信じてます、ソニックさん。
ソニック、お前ならやれる。
お前ならできるさソニック。
勝てるよソニック、僕たちがついてるよ。
Oh my god, this awful, awful part though.
勝負はこれからだぜ。俺たちの力見せてやる。
Sonic 4 supersonic music. I especially hate the part where it goes, Vroom, you know, the intro to Live and Learn place, and then just suddenly.
僕と僕が協力して改造したトランシーバーで次元を超えて僕たちの声を届けるよ。
お前らだけが心配だ。
みんなの力でエッグマンさんを止めましょう。
The thing is, you can and should use the other Sonic to attack these things.
あの弾はホーミングするみたい。気をつけてソニック。
Look out, Sonic! That looks like a homing attack.
潰されないよう避けるんだ。
And of course, it's very important to keep your rings up.
これでもくらい。
あの弾はホーミングするぞ。
気をつけてソニック。
これで終わりじゃ。
弾はホーミングするみたい。
気をつけろソニック。
ほほほほ。どうしたどうした。
ホーミングするみたいだ。
ソニック、ボタンを押して交代できるよ。
避けろソニック。
腕をワープさせてくる攻撃です。
やられはせんわい。
交代して追いかけて。
And of course, for some reason, classic Supersonic can boost.
気をつけてソニック。
どうしたどうした。
This ain't looking good.
どうしたどうした。
I keep dodging the rings because it's really hard to see them coming through him.
目につかまると身動きが取れなくなるみたいよ。
I got more rings and all it did was make it beep faster.
あの弾をホーミングするみたいだなソニック。
Start over.
ソニック、聞こえる？僕が協力して改造したトランシーバーで次元を超えて僕たちの声を届けるよ。
自分たちも協力をする。みんなの力であいつを倒すんだ。
これで終わりじゃ。
あの弾はホーミングするぞ。
気をつけてソニック。交代をして追いかけてください。
Yeah,
あの攻
they are.
撃よけてソニック。でもワープ攻撃みたい。
It doesn't stop them being very difficult to retrieve sometimes, though. I'm gonna start over again.
ソニック聞こえる？僕が協力して改造したトランシーバーで次元を超えて僕たちの声を届けるよ。私たちも協力するわよ。みんなの力であいつを倒すんだ。
どうしたどうした
ホーミングするみたいです。気をつけろソニック。
Oh, that's one hit.
まだ油断すんなよ。
これで終わりじゃ。
あなたはホーミングするみたいだよ。気をつけてソニック。
これでもくらい。
あなたはホーミングするみたいです。気をつけてソニック。
どうしたどうした。
してくるぞ。気をつけてソニック。
避けろソニック。胸を瞬間移動させてくる攻撃だ。
どうしたどうした。
交代をして追いかけて。
こんなところでやられはせんわい。
するみたいだな。気をつけてソニック。
The rings are always so low compared to where I am.
終わりじゃ。ソニックボタンを押して
And that time they were too high.
どうしたどうした。
ホーミングしてくるぞ。気をつけろソニック。
こんなところでやられはせんわい。
あれに捕まると身動きが取れなくなる。
Oh, that's not enough rings to help me.
どうした
あなた
どうし
はホーミングしてくるわよ。気をつけてソニック。
た。くらい。
あの弾はホーミングするみたいだな。気をつけろソニック。
Now immediately slow down. Unfortunately, that's still not enough rings.
気をつけてソニック。
時間のエネルギーが高まっているみたいだな。
And I know it already, come on.
時間の流れがゆっくりになってしまうよ。時間の流れが元に戻るみたいです。
レーダーが来るぞ。
Time slowing down messed up the perspective on the 2D.
あなたはホーミングするみたいだよ。
気をつけろソニック。
君もゆっくりになっちゃった。
Like, if I switch while it's slowing down,
流れが元に戻るよ。
it's entirely possible to get stuck in the wrong perspective. That's funny.
ソニック。
ソニック聞こえる？僕が協力して改造したトランシーバーで次元を超えて僕たちの声を届けるよ。
自分たちも協力をする。みんなの力であいつを倒すぞ。
あなたはホーミングするみたいです。
気をつけろソニック。
交代して追いかけて。攻撃が避けてソニック。でも攻撃だよ。
Man, I legit don't know what to do about this fight anymore. I used to not have so much trouble with it.
僕と
It's important to get a lot of rings at the very start, though, I think.
ソニック聞こえる？僕が
Which is difficult.
改造したトランシーバーで
And then I think the rings end up being... Crap, I'm going too fast. I've skipped all of them. There's rings up there now? Maybe the position isn't actually set? What the heck? You boost even once, it seems. It just takes you off course from the rings. So the only way to get rings is to not boost. Man, what a terrible fight though. My opinion of it is not improved. In fact, it has worsened. I don't remember this being this bad. Come on, I know. I know it's a homing shot. The 3DS version of this fight is also nowhere near as bad. Yeah, it would have been nice if they'd changed it. I guess they didn't want to change such a beloved part of a classic game, right? It physically wouldn't let me go that far to get to those rings. And yet there's no way of telling that. Sometimes the rings are just inaccessible. Yeah, it's basically up to luck. And eventually you lose your start over function if you have lives on. I've beaten this boss very effectively before, but if it goes bad, it goes bad. Chocobo. And thank you for resubscribing, Sheriff. How's it going? You too. Yeah, if it at least had music, that would help. There is a song people suggest being this thing's theme, but I personally am not a very big fan of the song. However, this is just like I would take basically anything over the song that he does have, so. What the? How did I get so many rings? We'll never know. Oh, great timing. It doesn't even do anything. You don't lose rings faster. It just slows the fight down for no reason. It was much harder to reach him in the 2D view. Here comes the time slow. And some very slow rings. Huh. Knuckles, you sounded like you were cheering for him. I miss, and then Knuckles like, yeah!
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world!
S rank. I see.
あったかいぜ。さすがタイムトラベル。
おいソニック、悪くなかったぜ。
悪くなかった？何言ってんのよ、最高だったじゃない。飛行機に足をつけたって？ソニックのトルネード号になんてことしちゃったのさ。確かに足はやりすぎたかな。
一緒にやれてよかったな。
It's party time!
将来っていうか過去かわかるだろ。
Honestly, I wish this part had like actual Hanna-Barbera sound effects.
あともう少しじゃないか。
Is it just me?
僕たちあっちだね。
はい、ソニック、未来を楽しめよ。面白いことが待ってるぜ。
That reference gets me every time. Yeah, it doesn't sound as ominous as it did then, huh? It really doesn't. I'll be back in a moment. In love. I mean, we're dealing with a creature that's gonna erase all of time, but at the same time, it somehow does not feel as threatening as Black Doom, does it? Plus, Black Doom just plans on taking advantage of the whole thing anyway. Oh my god, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How are you doing? How is everyone? I hope that you had a good stream, Rena. Welcome in, everybody. I am Sarah Lene, the Magical Cat Girl. I play retro games, mostly. Thank you for the follow. I just beat Sonic Generations, but I got through it so fast that I've just decided I'm gonna go ahead and play Shadow Generations again too, so... You have mixed feelings about Pokemon Coliseum? Thank you for the follow. That's understandable. I've played that game. Mixed feelings sums it up for me too. Thank you for the follow. You found me from Drop. Drop is great. Drop and I did a Corpse Party collaboration not that long ago. I'm just gonna skip the credits even though this is a really cool song. Swap. Just because he played a Shawit in Trials of Mana. See? Day. Why did I say? These things happen. 。  .
「  . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 」 . 」 . 」 」 . 」 」 . 」 」 . 」 」 . 」 」 . 」 . 」 」 . 」
こっちに扉が見えたのは確かなんじゃな。なんじゃと扉を見たと言ったのはそっちじゃろうが。どっちかが見たのは確かじゃ。黙って探せ。なんでそう逆らうんじゃよ。なんだ。
That part's always good.
今何時じゃ。さっきと同じ時間だし、何度聞いても同じ時間じゃ。ここには時間などないんじゃ。いや、お前のこの計画、実に天才的明暗じゃったの。やかましいわ。いつでお前が思いつくんじゃぞ。こんなこと二度も思いつくほどバカではないわ。
I will say the remaster looks really good. But other than that, it was Sonic Generations alright. It hasn't changed much, for better or for worse. Thank you for the follow. I like Sonic Generations, so I was happy about that, aside from why didn't they improve the last boss? Man, I never equipped any skills. Did you think about that? The fact that I didn't equip any skills? By the way, I do a Sonic marathon once a month where I play Sonic 1, CD 2, 3, and Knuckles in one sitting. And I've got it down to less than 5 hours. That's usually toward the late middle of the month. Tapped out by accident. I played this with the English dub last time, so I want to hear the Japanese voice.
ああ、1時間前にコロニーに到着した。
じゃあ急いで。誕生会に間に合わないわよ。
すでに伝えた通り、ガンがこのアークに謎の生体反応を検出した。脅威を完全に排除するまで僕は帰らない。
食事もあるのよ。
There's free food. Such a good loading screen. I don't have this on a solid state drive. I did last time I played. So there's going to be some loading screens. I wasn't expecting to go straight back into Shadow Generations, but then again, maybe I just don't know myself that well, huh? I do like how Shadow doesn't actually homing attack. He more teleports to the enemy and hits them. And this actually matters in a few places. This distinction.
究極の力だ。よし、カオスコントロール。
Oh, so he can do that. Doesn't that roll? Doesn't that kick butt? This is going real well this time. He's so cool. Man, double jump is actually really good. Interestingly enough, I feel like control-wise, this does feel fairly natural coming straight out of Sonic Generations. Even though I don't feel like the vice versa is as natural. Weird. Sensitive to the bitrate dimension. Did the video quality go down for a bit? I wouldn't be shocked. Out of bounds land? Like a minus world, you mean? You know, I should introduce myself more properly for the newcomers. My name is Sarah. I love RPGs and Sonic. I also love music games and pinball. I currently work as a programmer for Exceed Games and have worked on most of their PC releases. And in general, if you're a big game fan, you've probably played something I've worked on. Nani? Flat. Man, I love how the wind music is from Shadow the Hedgehog. That friggin' song. Well, melody.
ドクターの計画を阻止するためにテイルスが作ったフェイクエメラルド。この僕でも2つを見分けるのは難しい。
Really intense vibration during this part. He's like, what does that say? I can't read. Because it has some extreme views on architecture. Understandable. And now we get the 2D stage. Every zone still has a 2D stage, even though you're playing as Shadow. But, like, it's not classic Shadow, and he doesn't control any different. I always loved that dumb wobbling noise. I can't be the only one. Oops. You know what? That's fine. I'll accept this. Welcome. Thank you for following. How you doing? Oops. Well, lurking's always appreciated. I appreciate you. That was probably not the best time I could have stopped those missiles, but it was the most dramatic. Such a good scene. That little gets hurt. Is he okay? Oh yeah, he's fine. He just finally hit puberty. Thank you for the follow.
究極の力だ。
Ah, this game is so cool.
なんだあの力は。僕の能力だというのか。普段から自由に使える力ではないようだが、なぜか自然に感じた。何かこの異変と関係があるのか。
マリア。
Seeing Maria and Gerald just makes me so emotional.
マリア。いや、彼女がいるはずない。気のせいか。マリア。
お願いよ、シャドウ。いつか必ず
マリ
あの星に住むすべての人たちにアディオス、シャドウ・ザ・ヘッジホッグ。
集中を切らす。現実の問題に目を向けろ。幻ではなく。
Yeah, yeah. The original line is adios. And it sounds really cool when Sonic says it at the end of Sonic Adventure 2.
何か強い力を感じる。
That's true, objective binary. He is definitely not living down the allegations. Here we go. You know, you can also just press left or right, so why recommend the bumpers? Game developer, ladies and gentlemen, always forgetting what the buttons are called. They're called the left and right bumper. I ran out of boost power. Need to get me into F-Zero X. Thank you for resubscribing, Tex-Mex. How are you today? Hey, you don't forget the term bumper. That's not how that works. You did not make this up. That is in Sonic Adventure 2. And we have seen some of the details of that. Ow! Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I already beat Sonic Generations, and I decided, well, I beat that so fast, I kind of just want to play Shadow Generations again and see what the Japanese dub is like. So that's what I'm doing now. Oh, that could have gone badly for me. Man, there's a ton of chromatic aberration here. I mean, I guess it makes sense in making this place feel otherworldly. Just, man, that's a lot of chromatic aberration. Is it a 3D movie? Eat crap, Black Doom. And yeah, in almost every zone's Act 1, he sends you into Radical Highway for some reason. I say almost because it seems like he just randomly forgets in one zone. He was off doing his laundry or something, I don't know. Yeah, maybe Infinite would have actually been cool if he could have done all that. Not to mention making himself relevant enough for Shadow to remember him literally at all. Infinite is not even mentioned in this game, not once. And that's despite there being a Forces level. I mean, of course I know that canonically this would be Shadow before he ever met Infinite, but still. Oh, we were just talking about how Infinite is never even mentioned in this game, in Shadow Generations. It makes sense that he's not mentioned, but I just think it's funny. How are you? How are you doing? just means that when Shadow bodied Infinite, it was a, but for me it was Tuesday kind of moment. Yeah, canonically this is Shadow from After Colors, but there are memories from After Colors, like much later. I just think it's funny. Yeah, that would be really funny. To the point I kinda wish they had done it. But they do that for Mephiles. And for him, it kind of actually made me sad for him. You know what's interesting about this? Shadow never gets the lightspeed dash in this game, and somehow the fact he doesn't get it really works. I think limiting the moveset in particular ways while expanding it in others really works for him here. And helps set him apart from Sonic. I missed the little tunnel. Oh well. Hey Sims Mage, how you doing? Honestly, the homing attack feels good here, although technically it's not a homing attack. It's only a homing attack when you're homing in on springs or rails, is what I should say, or things like that. But if you're homing in on an enemy in this, he actually uses Chaos Snap. Right, up there, I forgot. I don't know. I would be interested in seeing what they think they can do with Silver Generations. But where's Amy Generations? Where's Charming Generation? And now we gotta do the challenge stages, which is no big deal. They're good, but you do have to do all of them to clear the game. You know, it would be really funny if I had just gone through there like that. Man, I'm not even worrying vaguely about collectibles in this run. Whoops. Yeah, I would enjoy a Blaze game. And it could explain how, when she tried to go back to her dimension at the end of Rush, she actually ended up in Sonic's dimension, but in a different time. And that would seal the plot hole. At least part of it. Whenever people say the words Time Diver, I just think of Ingram's theme from Super Robot Wars. I can't help it. That's the kind of person I am. There we go. Now we just gotta finish it. What's this challenge? Oh, collect rings. Gotcha. I forgot about that. Ow. I got shot. No problem. "100 rings in hand," yes. What the? I wasn't really going for the S rank, but look at that. I was less than a second away. Ow. Crap, I should have gone over there. Whatever, that's taken care of. No S rank though. Take it easy, Lamassar. Good to see you. What's with the cage here? Did the chest do something wrong? That looked like Sonic X artwork.
ごきげんよう、シャドウ。僕たちをいじめないでね。
Do I think a Sonic X sequel would be a good idea? That depends. Like, there's multiple possible qualifiers to this. Like, do I think it would be a good idea commercially? Probably not. Do I think it would be a good idea in terms of possibilities and quality and how much fans would enjoy having it? Yes. Yes. I just don't feel like it would necessarily be very commercially successful unless they could put the kind of quality in it that you have in, like, the prologue animation that they made for this. And I think that kind of quality is insanely expensive. Have you seen how high quality that thing is? It's incredible. One of the highest quality animated things I've ever seen. Yeah, well, that's just being Siva Gunner poisoned. You know? Thanks for the hydration reminder. Oh, just one ring, okay. think they were, I think Wes was... Wes, were you talking about, Dark Beginnings? Yeah, that's what I thought. Crash with Doom Blast. You have to clear all of the game's challenges in order to complete the game. What the... My Discord crashed and it took priority for some reason. Why did Discord crash? I wasn't even doing anything. Anyway, yeah, you have to complete all of the challenges to access every stage and thus beat the game. So, none of them are optional. That was close. Like, at first, it will give you things where, oh, I don't need to get all these challenges because I don't need that many keys. But then at the end, you need all of the keys. So, it doesn't, you know. There's no reason not to just do it. I think you can follow. Using Chaos Control is so cool in this. Sometimes it takes all I have not to just start gushing over this game, because seriously, it is so good. Anybody who tells you that this might be one of the best Sonic games ever made, they're correct. Wall Critic, there's a lot of other stuff. There's collectibles, tons of collectibles. And those are completely optional. Mercifully completely optional because there's so many of them. I think the collectibles are worth it, don't get me wrong. But there's so many of them, and if you had to collect them no matter what to clear the game, that would be hell. Exactly, Red Blue Fire. But it feels more naturally... It feels more natural going from the Sonic stuff to the Shadow stuff. Like, I noticed both ways because I cleared this when it came out. Like, at midnight release, I did stream right away. But, it felt really unnatural going back to Sonic today. I kept getting confused. And then going from Sonic to this just felt normal. Go figure. Anyway, doesn't this roll so much? I love this stupid boy. Frontiers is good, but not this good.
醜い実験体いいだ相手をしてやる無駄だ僕に追いつけるものか
Well, Dual Edge, the thing is, after playing Shadow Generations, Sonic Generations feels clunky, that's the thing. Even though I was coming from Shadow Generations, and they did change the controls a little bit, which I guess you know, but not everyone knows, so I'm mentioning it. Yeah, I've always liked Shadow's Japanese voice acting. I like the Japanese Sonic voices in general, and I usually use them. But I did have to play this one with the English dub first, just in case it had any, like, really funny, infamous lines, like, from Shadow the Hedgehog. This fight rules. Granted, it's probably a lot easier now because I've already done it in hard mode. I mean, you're not entirely wrong, Grilson, you know? Oh, I had a lot of time to attack that. Oh, I'm doing well, Hammerad.
Where's that damn
How are you
fourth
doing?
Chaos Emerald?
Sonic always makes me happy, no matter what else may be going on in the world. Honestly, I feel like, and this is just me, I think Shadow's first English voice actor, I forget his name. I always feel ashamed of the fact that I forget his name, but I forget his name. I feel like he did the best job with Shadow in English. And, you know, that's not hurt by the fact that Shadow was such a nuanced character back then, in the first game that he was in. You know, the game where the Sonic the Hedgehog series really started. Because Shadow finally came. I'm too slow. I think when it comes
It's
to
a big maze.
Acting as Shadow the Hedgehog, the important things to remember are that yes, Shadow is a dark, brooding character. And yes, Shadow is an edgy character. But he is also a noble character. I think noble is an important word in
Is that
describing
what
Shadow.
Chaos Control is? Like, no matter what the situation, he has his morals and he sticks to them completely. Even if his morals are mostly determined by his family. And at first, he is evil because he thinks that his family wanted him to be evil. Yeah, Keanu Reeves is the voice of Shadow the Hedgehog in Sonic the Hedgehog the Movie 3. When I first heard the news, I was like, wait, what? 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 But after like letting the news set in, I was like, you know what? I get it. And apparently he studied Shadow intensively, like as completely as he possibly could. So I'm really interested in seeing more of his. Odo, I thought you said that because you knew. Well, Schismatism, apparently the people making the Yakuza Amazon series were more or less told not to take in any Yakuza content because the director or whoever specifically wanted to do his own thing. And what's that Amazon?
Oh no!
Anyway, it's time to get the best Doom power ever. The best ability name in any Sonic game. Yes! Doom Surf! Come on, that's such an incredible name. Dark/water. I feel like I would be normal/fairy. Ow. I feel like they would give Shadow a new enemy, but it would turn out that Black Doom was, like, related to that enemy or behind it. That's what I think they would do. I mean, it happens with Eggman all the time, too. So... I like the implication that Eggman has mass-produced the Death Egg Robo. It's horrifying. You know, there's no Shadow the Hedgehog level in this game, but there are some definite callbacks to it, like certain parts of levels from Shadow the Hedgehog. And this is, you know, this is a place that has some of those. And here's the obligatory part. Technically, the level named Space Colony Arc is in fact a Shadow the Hedgehog level, but the level is based more on Sonic Adventure 2, and it shows. However, like, again, they do include elements of Shadow the Hedgehog levels in the other levels. You know what I would have done if it were me? If I had been the person making Shadow Generations? I wouldn't have made Radical Highway its own level. Instead, I would have made the last level the final way. That's what I would have done. How are you doing, Jeppo? Welcome. Oh no, I can't swirl around like that fast enough if I'm boosting. Yeah, it is a very bold move, Millennial. And it's super interesting what they did with it. The way they made it like an evil, twisted version of the level. I think that's really cool, even though not at all what anyone would have expected. Thanks for the hydration reminder. I need to check something. Okay. I had a couple pings, and one of them was for the upcoming tournament that I'm in. So I had to make sure it wasn't anything immediately pressing. Okay. Also, I forgot there was fast travel. I remember I didn't open the menu until the end of the game when I played through it the first time. Like, wait, there's fast travel? It didn't disrupt the game not knowing that either. It's just really funny. Oh crap. I managed to find the one death pit. Yeah. It's handy too. It's interesting how they managed to make it a move you don't necessarily want to use all the time, but it's still extremely useful when you do use it. And again, I think that the fact that Shadow uses Chaos Snap instead of a true homing attack on enemies is neat and sets him apart while in specific situations where that matters. Like when you need to pass through a wall with it. Ew, sewage water. Oh no, I got run over by a bug. Yeah, you might also notice that when you use the homing attack on enemies, there's a brief pause, and then Shadow teleports and attacks the enemy physically. Like, he punches them. That's basically what's happening. But it's interesting that that's represented visually, you know? However, he does still have the homing attack, and he uses it when he's grabbing onto a spring or similar. See? Chaos Snap and then homing attack. Nobody messes with Maria. Yeah, in Sonic Generations, you can actually stand on the level names. You can jump up on them and stand on them. I haven't tried here, but I bet you probably still can.
Maria. ありがとう、シャドウ。
戦い方どこで習ったの？
アークでの悲劇が起こる前の二人、まさか彼らの運命を変えられるのか。
シャドウ、具合悪そうだけど大丈夫？
大丈夫だ、心配ない。安全な場所に避難を僕が何とかする。
I love all the stuff with Maria and Gerald so much.
Shadow.
Okay, you cannot interact with the letters here, unlike Sonic Generations. Good to know, though. It's everybody's favorite game. What? You didn't see him? We just talked to him a moment ago. And his daughter. This is of course a blatant lie, since Maria is Gerald's granddaughter, but still, it's close enough. Yeah, it's super interesting to actually have information on Eggman's brother. Not brother, father. Why did I say brother? Father. Although, you know, we've got information on both Shadow's father and Eggman's father. Eggman's brother is named Steve. You're not wrong. Yeah, we do know about Eggman's brother, but that's entirely unrelated, actually. Just a brain typo, you know? How much lore is required to play this game? I would say you don't need any lore. Everything that you need is here. There are explanations for everything within the game. Like, there's Gerald's journal that you can collect the pages of, and that'll even give you information on backstory that we didn't know before the game came out, that was still relevant to older games. But they have a primer at the start of the game. You can select, instead of going to new game, you can select Shadow's story. And it will just give you a recap of all of Shadow's backstory that's relevant to the game. They included an entire recap of his story. Basically, if you just want to learn a ton of stuff about Sonic and Shadow, this is actually a great place to do it, because both halves of the game have a lot of information. Yeah, the nostalgia might fall flat, but they also meant this game to be an entry point for people who are new to the series. Well, both times. Because you know it works both ways. It also introduces people to what Sonic and Shadow are about. And lets you revisit some of their greatest hits. And also, Shadow Generations in particular is easily one of the best Sonic games ever made. Which is nuts. People have always been kind of divided on Sonic Generations, though. Mainly because the classic Sonic gameplay is a little different than they were hoping for. Still a great game in my opinion. Barely anybody is saying Shadow Generations is not a great game. It seems like it's pretty much got universal acclaim among Sonic fans. Yeah, that's what I think too, Millennial. More or less. Honestly, getting two pretty decent sized Sonic games and all of the extra information. Did they did add the drop dash, yes. Anyway, like all the gallery stuff, all that stuff. This collection is a really good value if you're not somebody who already played Generations, the original. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Millennial. Eventually you will get to witness the greatness. And you will be like, all hail Shadow. I'd say that overall, if one has to choose, like, the remaster of Generations is just plain better, aside for its modability, and that'll improve in time. Yeah, I honestly also thought that it had the best boost gameplay. But yeah, this game gets an absolutely glowing recommendation from me, easily. I deserved that. Like, it's known that I'm not a super picky person when it comes to games, and that I like, frankly, most games. I find something to enjoy, but like, this, unironically, one of the best Sonic games ever made. Things don't get, like, super glowing recommendations from me very often, despite that all. Definitely more than just those, but those are among the best examples. I think I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry about that. Oops. That's a classic case of pressing the wrongest button that you could possibly press at the time. Thank you. Look who the cat dragged in.
Yeah, シャドウだよね。僕の友達のカエルくん見なかった？いやー。ここは平和だな。
Have these two ever even directly met in a Sonic game? Doesn't really matter, I just... True government stories and files. Okay, so right. Can I walk on this? Didn't think so. There we go. Okay, now show me those challenges. Okay. Ow. Ow. Well, no harm, no foul. No harm, no foul sounds like it would be a level name in like a Bubsy or Gex-like game that stars a duck. Hey, Blasticator. Why am I doing this? I can just boost. Ow. S rank. S rank. Surf spin. Okay. Yeah, and it does still change when you're like near the place. Hey, Laveria. How you doing? Squid stuff is easier to control than it seems. You just have to actually pay attention to, like, your position when doing the pendulum thing. It feels like there's a decoy situation going on there with the rings up top, right? It's trying to lure you up there, but you don't want to go up there. It'll take too long. Why are this place's gates? Oh, never mind. I feel like I associate the snow place with him. Isn't that his first stage? But I feel like it wouldn't be the same without vehicles. Making Kingdom Valley a better pick in that regard. Kingdom... Not much of a valley, is it? Oh well. Yeah. Don't worry, Millennial. I remembered that stuff too, you know. The one time that you should teleport, Shadow. A little bit. Ow. Ow. Oh, that's another key. Where's the rest of the challenges? Up there? Figures. Death Egg Robot Panic. Tells you to avoid their interference, but it's more like you have to make them interfere. Oops. I did that to myself. Aww. Ah. Yeah, you did miss OG Generations, Pascal. How you doing, though? Yeah. That's a lot of spikes.
Yes. これが究極の力だ。はっ。
Yeah, Sonic 06 was Adventure 3. And Unleashed was Adventure 4. I'm not talking out my butt when I say this. It's called Sonic World Adventure in Japan. It sure won't.
瓦礫と一緒にお前も片付けてやろう。くらえ。かけろ。
You could argue it's just as much of a theme of Metal Sonic here. Metal Sonic is the one trying to prove himself. Oh, right. This part with the very mistimed prompt. Oh no! But I was going through the ring. Oh no! Ow. I love that it uses the stock Jaguar sound.
Everything must.
It's that sound. Yeah, everything must growl. Good morning, Winter.
It's no use!
You know, it says X, but you can press anything. X just makes the most sense. I actually pressed left trigger there. Ugh. Black Doom was always kind of a Kirby boss. A little bit anyway.
シャドウどこか痛むの？
いや、あのシンボルに何かつながりを感じる。僕の新しい能力と似た感覚を。
ブラックドゥームの力じゃ。
おじいさま。
わしはあれとファウスト的な取引をしたシャドウを生むためにその罪を償う時が来たのかもしれん。
僕の力、あのシンボル、すべてつながっていた。
マリアの病気は地球では治せんかった。だがアークでなら病状を抑えられる。家族が嫌がったとしてもな。究極生命体の開発に着手したマリアの治療法を見つけるために。だが実験は限界に達していたんじゃ。あの異星人の将軍がわしに接触してきた時、カオスコントロールの奇跡を見せられわしは受け入れた。奴の DNA で究極生命体が生まれたのじゃ。ブラックドームは完璧な戦士を作れと言った。お前の能力は全て奴の創造物の一部。お前たちは血でつながっとるんじゃ。お前が強くなれば奴も。奴はお前の心を支配し最終兵器に仕上げ、あるいはお前の体を奪い生まれ変わるつもりじゃ。
僕を究極生命体にしたのはあなただ、プロフェッサー。愚かなブラックドゥームよ。僕はこのパワーを自分の力として使う。
Woof, my frame rate. Yeah, bear in mind, however, that basically after seeing it done a couple times, Sonic easily learned to do it too. Oh, my visual settings? I'm on 1440p and everything's set to high. I'm on a 3090 Ti. So
何か強い力を感じる。
he's a squid now.
これで高いところへと行けるの。伸びろ。進め。
Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I do feel like the fact that I'm streaming it is the most likely candidate for issues. And I could have sworn there was a purple ball closer than that. So... Ah. I was thinking of over here probably all along. Chaos Island. Chaos Island. Shadow could become a US citizen. I feel like that's something he might do. Because there's lots of Latinas in the United States. Whee! Basically, the thing with the squid power is it works like a slingshot. So you don't just hold the entire time. If there's a specific place you want to go that's opposite you. But you hold the whole time if you want the full distance of the pendulum. Ah.
よし貫け伸びろ邪魔だ貫け邪魔だ
Ow. yeah, next time I could see that, but I feel like the fact is that the Ark level is named as if it were from Shadow, even though it's not, and several of these levels include elements from Shadow the Hedgehog in their stage design or recognizable set pieces. So, I think it works out, honestly. Oops. That, however, did not work out. Going well, Ed. We're nearing the end of Shadow the Hedgehog. Shadow the Hedgehog. I mean, Shadow Generations. We are past, like, the 5-hour mark of the stream. So we've gotten to the point where I don't entirely know what I'm saying anymore. That's fine. We can't all know what we're saying all the time. Basically, Millennial, yeah. It basically is the third in the Shadow the Hedgehog trilogy. I would agree. Well, Ed, I'm sure that that's very relatable. So, you know, don't feel bad about it. Oops. Good question, Firehawk. Good question. Okay, now we just gotta do the challenge stages for Chaos Island. Of course, it still makes us find the boss stage first. Well, the Sonic part isn't entirely unchanged, it's mostly unchanged. It does look a lot better, though. Although it only supports 60 FPS and Shadow supports 120. But they added chows to find in all of the levels. 3 chow in every act of Sonic's game. So there's that. You think this is the first time you've heard Shadow's Japanese voice actor? I can understand. I've usually played these in Japanese, but for Shadow the Hedgehog, I preferred the English dub for obvious reasons. And for Sonic 06, I couldn't play it with the Japanese dub. The game doesn't allow me to. It only uses the Japanese dub if the console is set to Japanese, which makes the entire game Japanese.
やっとあんたを見つけたと思ったら、
ですです
ソニックにやられちゃったの？何があったのよ。
How are you doing this?
対等な条件で倒さなければ意味がない。
あんたが正々堂々なのは勝手だけど、カオスエメラルド取られて何言ってんのよ。
いや、奴が持ってるのはフェイクだ。後で本物とすり替える。僕のミッションが終わってからな。
The thing with Shadow the Hedgehog is the language is determined by... Well, you can change the voice language in the PS2 and Xbox versions, but in the GameCube version, the voice version is dependent on which region of the game you play. But the text can be in English regardless. Wow, words are hard. Just one of those odd things. But I probably wouldn't play Shadow the Hedgehog with Japanese voice acting anyway, because, like, half the fun in that game is the ridiculous English dialogue. Oh no. I do somewhat wish that it wasn't strictly necessary to see the boss door and how many keys it takes before you can do the challenge stages and earn them. Like, that's the only, like, minor complaint I'd really say that I have. So, how do I get up there again? Oh yeah. I'm not sure I'll ever get used to the purple springs. Darn. Well, that works. So we gotta complete these 4 challenges, then we can fight the boss and proceed on to the final level. Yeah, a whole box of motorcycle. There we go. Yeah, I love that the motorcycle is in the collection room. Ow. Okay, I don't need to destroy more of these. They're just Jana. Pajama. Okay, that's key number 1. I need to get key number 2. Let's see, how are we gonna get over there? Oh, that didn't work. I wasn't thinking about it hard enough. There we go. Chaos Control Challenge. I could have handled that better. But it was funny. Maybe. Maybe. What's up? Okay, the Doom Morph Challenge. Wow, that was an actually really easy challenge. Like, extremely easy. Well, let's go beat Mephiles. Yeah, I find his dialogue here actually really sad. He legit just wants to exist.
君を倒して僕の時空を取り戻させてもらうよ。僕はメフィです。
I think it's very funny that Mephiles just decides to have a squid fight with Shadow for some reason. Mephiles definitely remembers all of it. That's the impression I get. Yeah, Shadow's just like, who the hell are you, dude? Ow. I died. I collected a ring during that cutscene. It's inside. Couldn't because it was inside of it. Ow. Bam. Bam. Right, I forgot this happens if you don't just somehow kill all of the clones immediately like I did the first time. This is so cool.
貴様に未来はない。永遠にだ。
Oh man, vicious. And now we learn to fly, so we can go to the last stage. Well, we didn't learn before, we just kind of stumbled into it.
シャドウはあなたに屈しない。彼はあなたとは違う。
ジェラルドがそのちっぽけな姿を与えようが、その体には我と同じブラックアームズの武で血が流れている。彼は戦士だ。破滅の使徒なのだ。
そうだ。戦士だ。貴様を滅ぼすためのな。
以前の出会いで我は学んだ。もう同じ過ちは犯さぬ。せいぜいあらがうがよい。お前は我のものになるのだからな。
プロフェッサー、以前の出会いで学んだというのは一体どういう意味なんだ。
察するにお前は未来で奴を倒したんじゃろう。だが奴は新たな体を手に入れ、この時間以上を利用し復讐の計画を進めとるのじゃ。
奇遇だな。僕も同じ過ちを
Yeah, I've always thought he looked like Wise Man.
根絶やしにしてやる。
シャドウ、ダメ。
マリア。
怒りに満ちたあなたを見ると心が痛むの。こんなのシャドウじゃない。なぜシャドウと名付けたかわかる？闇はただ暗いだけ、光も何もない。でも影は光が差す方向を教えてくれる。わかるでしょ？あなたには暗闇に染まってほしくないの。幸せになってほしいのよ。平和な光で心を満たしてほしいの。
Very similar idea, though. Like, the base concept, pretty much the same. Let me in, let me in. There we go.
Hmm? 何か強い力を感じる。
It's a really good game. Like, not in a, oh, this is good with a ton of qualifiers way like a lot of Sonic games. It's just straight up good. Yeah, it's not good for a Sonic game. This is possibly one of the best Sonic games ever made, if not the best.
全ての力を手に入れたよう
ついに完成したなシャドウよ。お前は我を否定することはできぬ。さあ今こそ我とお前は心、体、魂ともに完璧な存在となるのだ。
行ってくる。
このような運命は言わせてすまない。じゃあわしはお前を誇りに思っとる。信じておるぞ、シャドウ。
大丈夫だ、マリア。もう怒りに身を任せたりはしない。でも僕は戦う。
I love this so much.
君の願いを叶えるために、すべての人に幸せになるチャンスを与えるために。これであの目の化け物のところに行けそうだ。
I also really like that even though it's basically your super form, like you get to use it a bunch here and not just in a boss fight at the end. And it actually feels good to use. These are things you can't take for granted in a Sonic game. Yeah, I'm pretty much good with this being his super form, unless, like, he specifically joined with Sonic and or Silver. Hold on a moment. Like, if it's them going super, and maybe even add Amy to it if you're really cool. Like, fine, but I think if Shadow is on his own, he should just be doing this, right? He should just be doing the Doom Wave. Doom. I'm safe. I didn't die. What happened there? Well, I'm gonna lose my Doom farm soon. Oh, I wasn't boosting, so I couldn't stab. Whew. It's fine. It's all fine. The heck was that noise, though? Whoa, 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 whoa. Shadow, no. He suddenly remembered he had to fall, so he fell like Simon Belmont. Anyway, it's fine. Oh, my rings. Oops. That was not the correct button at that moment. Oh, I guess I'm just letting it live then. No, 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 no. No. Oh, this is disorienting. Uh-oh. Whatever, if it works out. Okay, Act 2. Man, I knew the highway budget was offensively bad, but I didn't know that it was literally offensive. Yeah, I don't think it would either, Lamasar. Wow, erased from existence. Looks like an FF13 enemy. I could see it. That ad. Thank you for resubscribing, Stephanie. Oops. Shadow, what are you doing? And here we are in the Knuckles Chaotix special stage. Anyway, returning to our normal upside-down program. Dead. Ready to transform again, though. Yeah, that's something that used to be the case all the time in Sonic games. You know? This is a really long act. Even with the number of zones the game has, like, it doesn't really give you a feeling for how much content the game actually has.
Shadow,
そうだな。貴様との因縁もここまでだ。
Just hits me with a laser circus. What a cool cutscene. I like how the music turns into Genova a bit. It like really suits Black Doom, honestly. Like unironically, I like that. Damn. This is so cool. Oops.
その言葉、後悔させてやる。このままでは面倒。
He's attacking with the Resident Evil laser hallway. Whoops. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oops. There we go. Yeah, and just think, this is the last boss. Can you imagine a last boss in a Sonic game actually being good? How the heck did that happen? Oops. Ow! I just let him hit me really bad. They can't all be chases is the thing. Which is a problem Sonic Forces had. Like, what were they thinking with that one? Ow. Bam! Understandable, Sayara. Chaos Control. The power already belongs to me. Fun fact, Metal Overlord is not completely immune. If you use it at the very end of the fight, it works. And he has unique dialogue for that, too. This is who I am. Did he always do that? Well, not exactly. Kaboom! Yeah, it's so good. It is so good.
やったわね。タイミングもバッチリよ。ソニックは今、私たちをここに閉じ込めた化け物と戦うとこ。こっそり本物のカオスエメラルドとすり替えるんなら、今やるしかないわ。
いいだろう。なら任せる。
わかったわ。私がやる。あんた来ないの？助けがいるかもよ。
Hey Chris, how you
その前
doing?
にやるべきことがある。
ま、いいけど。
Shadow is so cool. I wish I could be as cool as Shadow the Hedgehog.
やったわね、シャドウ。
マリア。
I'm not that cool even at my darkest.
プロフェッサー、これは一体。
ブラックドームは消え、時間以上は回復しつつある。わしらも元の時間軸に戻るんじゃろう。
ルーシを連れ戻す。カオスコントロールで時を止めて、それから。
シャドウ、いいの。この時の止まった世界にとらわれたくない。それよりこっちのみんなを助けてあげて。
君はこれから何が起こるか知らないんだ。
また会えるわ。運命が私たちを引き裂いても、いつだって心の中に。
待ってくれ。
What a great game. What a great video game. Alright, sardines. It's that time again where we have to say goodbye. Thank you all for joining me though, and I'm going to be rating my VTuber papa, Ray Robinstein, who is having a collab with Alice Sawyer, and it looks like they're going to be playing Sonic Shadow Generations, so give Ray some love, okay? And I'll see you next time. Thank you all so much for joining me for this 6.5-hour stream. Good night, everyone. Wait, afternoon.